session, we are going to talk about, sorry, I forgot to, yeah. Okay. Okay, so in the afternoon session, we will talk about the symposium, the organization of the symposium. And we do have some people from work packages apart from 5. So we would like to start with a very brief summary of work package 5 and its activities. So at the top here on the ELISA, on the Miro board, and by the way, if you are not aware, we do have the link to the Miro board on the chat. If you are not on Miro board, you can access it using the link at the chat screen. So very briefly, work package 5 entitled Link Between Research, Education and Innovation. This is related to combining research activities, education practices and innovation in such a way that we have, first of all, challenge-based learning throughout, and combine research and education in such a way that the students, both at graduate level and undergraduate level, have familiarity of research activities, and they make use of research as a tool for learning. And we have 8 tasks specifically in this work package. Let me go over them very briefly. Number 1, define and implement ELISA research and education collaboration plan. Now, in this plan, this is actually, this has been completed, and we have this collaboration plan, and we will lay out the general principles that how we envision bringing together research and education, and also actually innovation as a strategic document. And number 2, the task number 2 is organize annual education by research symposia and meetings. Now, this is this meeting today is actually related to this task. And as I said, we will have 3 of these meetings, and this is the very first one. And also we will have 2 education by research symposia. Now, we actually renamed the concept education by research into research-based education. A lot of thought and meetings went into this decision, actually, because we felt that, first of all, in the literature, this is a much more widely recognized term, research-based education, rather than education-based research. And we opted for the term learning as opposed to education, because it also includes learning from the side of the educators. So it also includes the trainer activities, and also learning from each other, not really entirely an educator versus student setting. So that was the main motive for this renaming. So we are going to actually have research-based meetings and research-based learning meetings and symposia. A tentative timeline, we are going to have the second installment of this meeting in about 3 months' time. And in about 6 months, tentatively in late April 2022, we plan to have the first research-based learning symposium. And today, actually, in the second half of this meeting, we are going to devote around 3 hours to the organization of this symposium. And let me go over the remainder quickly. Task number 3, implement joint research programs. And this is obviously very closely related to the InnoCore project. And it involves establishing a platform for enabling joint research across ELISA partners. 5.4, implement joint PhD programs. And here this involves coming up with a protocol that encompasses across all ELISA members, maybe we envision multiple PhD programs, but here the aim should be what should be the main principles of such joint programs. And then we have 5.5, enable first laboratory experience for undergraduate students. And this is especially for undergraduate students, short-term visits in the order of around a couple of weeks, a short visit at the research laboratory so that they actually experience how research is conducted at laboratories. And 5.6 transfers scientific knowledge and technical skills into education. Now, this task is also very related to this meeting, especially because this task specifically involves activities such as short-term schools, maybe winter schools, summer schools, or other types of activities that actually translates research products into classroom in the form of either curricular activities or extracurricular. So in a very broad sense, what we are doing today also is closely related to the task 5.6. And 5.7, we have define and implement a research and innovation-based entrepreneurship training program. And this is related to actually disseminating a vision of entrepreneurship into both extracurricular activities and actually the vision of both undergraduate and graduate students so that they approach both their professional careers as well as potentially their research if they go into that direction, an innovative approach. And finally, we have the task of coordinating graduate student research internships in an international research lab. So this is, well, this is the graduate level version of 5.5, if you like. At the graduate level, this is a much more longer visit rather than a couple of weeks. We envision like a visit of 6 months, maybe, for graduate students exclusively, so that we have mobility throughout ELISA and maybe make this a part of the joint PhD programs. So this, in a nutshell, is what we are doing with Work Package 5. And as I said, today, we are having the research-based learning meeting number 1 as a part of task 5.2. And how we are going to hold today's meeting, let me go over that very briefly again. We are going to have everything on the Miro board, so we are not going to like switch to PowerPoint or something like that. And the Miro board, we try to make it so that we can have it, we can have everything on this board. So the first part we are going to do here is related to research-based learning practices. And on the left-hand side, actually, we have some theoretical, let's say, framework for the concept of research-based learning from this reference at the bottom. And if you want, you can look at this and to have an idea about what people technically actually mean when they say research-based learning in the concept of theory of education, let's say. And here we have obviously some inputs, and clearly this is not an easy task to compile every activity at each institute that is related to research-based learning. And this is also true for us at ITU that is organizing this meeting. We also probably didn't manage to compile everything at this stage. But since we are going to have more meetings like this one, and we are going to keep this board alive so that we can keep inputting activities here. So the work is not going to be done just today. You can keep collecting information at your institutions, and you can keep actually putting them here so that we have a living picture of what is being done at each institution. And here on this board, we are going to start here with research-based learning practices. And we have a big table here where we have two axes, the graduate versus undergraduate on the left-hand side and curricular versus extracurricular on the right-hand side. So what we are going to do is we'll talk about each of us from actually at each institution. We are going to talk briefly about what we know in these axes, and we also have these little stars here that will indicate these properties for each activity. They could include challenge-based learning or industry collaboration, or short-term schools, or train-the-trainer activities. And some of the activities, in fact, may have multiple of these properties. So you can, if that is the case, you can put multiple stars to indicate. We will see some examples here, I guess. I think we will have 10 minutes each for each institution. So that will be around 1.5 hours to talk about what we have and get up to speed about these activities. And then we will move on to the discussion here below on this frame number 2. And we will have around an hour or so for this discussion. And here to remind you, we have some types of activities that are being conducted throughout ELISA. So these are some of the activities as examples. So these are here just to maybe remind you of potential activities. If you look at these, maybe you remember something going on at your institution, you can add it, etc. And we have some questions here to be discussed. And these are sort of general questions, and you can also add questions here. And the ones we thought about was the first one: what type of research-based learning activities should be the main focus of ELISA for piloting purposes? This is in the sense that, for instance, when we look at this picture on frame number 1, what are our strengths or where we are lacking? For instance, it looks like we have a lot in the corner of curricular activities at the graduate level. So this looks like a strength. So the question here is, maybe do we go all the way here and work on this? Or for instance, do we try to strengthen some other square, let's say, where we could be lacking? So this is one question for discussion. And another one is, which activities can be merged across partners and framed as an ELISA activity? So this is something like, maybe we have some activity in ITU, we have some other activity in, let's say, UPM, which are similar. Maybe we can merge them together into a single activity and actually frame it not as an ITU activity, not as a UPM activity, but as an ELISA activity. So are there such activities? That is the question here. And if so, how can we do it? When can we do it, etc. Depending on time, we would like to go into that. And another one is, which activities are more appropriate for mobility and participation from other partners? So this is similar to the other question, the second one, but this is like, for instance, we have this activity in ITU, maybe not merge it with some other activity, but accept students from other institutions using mobility and maybe make it part of the ELISA practices, not entirely as an ELISA activity, but an activity conducted at one of the partners that accept participation from other institutions, similar to ELISA courses maybe. So this is what we thought of. As I said, time permitting, we would like to discuss these. And if you think of other questions, actually, we can add them here in this frame and have a discussion on them. So that will conclude the first part. And then in the afternoon, we will move on to this frame number 3. And this will be a discussion on research-based learning symposium. As I said, we plan to have this symposium in April 2022. And we are going to talk some important details. For instance, what sessions should we have? Or for instance, regarding committees, what committees should we have? How are we going to organize them? And regarding timeline, for instance, what should be the exact date of this symposium? How long should it take in a day? How many days should it take, etc.? So all those details. Target audience, who are going to be the participants, etc., and other considerations such as an online event platform, because it looks like we will have to have this still remote, not face-to-face. So we are going to discuss those in the afternoon session. Okay, and finally, after the meeting, we will ask you to fill in a feedback form so that we can improve the experience we have today for the upcoming meetings. That the link is on this board. So maybe after the meeting today, you can go there. So I will kick this off by going over very briefly on the ITU activities, and I'm going to then leave the floor to the moderator for the morning session, Dr. Zeynep Erdem Beyazıt. So for ITU activities, as I said, obviously this is not a complete list. Similar to you, we did not manage to take the information across the entire university, but we have some samples here, and we will be continuing to collect the information. And in the undergraduate curricular quadrant, let's say, we have entrepreneurship courses. And these are actually mainly conducted through Ginova, the entrepreneurship center at Istanbul Technical University. And we do have some courses that are related to entrepreneurship. And in this quadrant, that's what we have. And moving on to the graduate quadrants under curricular activities. So these are actually recognized inside programs. One of the most important ones is the Master B program. Well, this is placed in the graduate corner, but we can also see this as a cross between graduate and undergraduate, because, well, students start this program in undergraduate, especially those who are sort of exceptionally successful. If they want, they can enroll in this program, which entails, let's say, a fastened schedule so that they can take a couple of graduate courses while they are doing their undergraduate levels. And it also involves some summer internships. And then the idea is to let them finish actually their master's program within a year after they graduate their undergraduate level. So this is designed because usually, as you know, throughout Europe, some countries have 5-year programs that produce graduate level or master's level students when they graduate. But we do not do that in Turkey. So this is an effort to actually realize that in Turkey, to have exceptional students complete their masters within a year after graduating from their undergraduate levels. Another example is Aselsan Academy, and Aselsan is a big defense industry company in Turkey, and there is a protocol between 4 universities, among which ITU is one of them, so that their engineers also enroll in graduate level programs at our universities, and they do their thesis directly related to what actually they are doing at their careers, at their jobs, let's say. And we have also this collaboration between Vodafone, obviously a cellular provider, also operating in Turkey, which Vodafone supports a number of graduate students to produce thesis based on some research projects that Vodafone intends to use in their implementations. So you see these red stars indicate industry collaboration, and the black stars indicate challenge-based learning practices. And finally, we have the Graduate Research Symposium, and I assume many of the institutions, maybe all of us, will have similar practices, a Graduate Research Symposium, where graduate students present their research work. And let me go over to this axis now, extracurricular activities. At the undergraduate level, we have student project teams. Now, this is both industry collaboration along with challenge-based learning. These are like activities involving like solar cars or automated vehicles, either in air or on sea. So we have the link here. If you like, you can go in and inspect this. We have a number of student teams actually. And this is a great example. And they have many very successful results in a number of challenges. And we also have the student clubs. Well, some of them obviously are cultural, but some of them also research-based, related to their professional activities. So we have these student clubs and project teams working hand in hand. And we also have a scholarship program here that supports undergraduate level students in research projects. So actually, professors lead the way here, but who are involved is undergraduate students. So this is to incentivize their participation in research programs as early as possible. And finally, we can talk about this collaboration between an industry partner with undergraduate students in the context of especially entrepreneurship programs. And finally, let me conclude without taking much time with this final point. In extracurricular graduate level, we have Center for Excellence in Education. Now, this involves what we call the learning stations, a very innovative and efficient way to both design courses and involve people. And it goes both ways. You can participate as an educator, you can also participate as a learner, and it has a range of programs that could be very short or semester long. So it has a lot of versatile formats to support learning in every level. So let me stop here. Those are in a general sense what we have at EE2. Actually, as I said, this is not an exhaustive list, but these are what we have managed to collect so far. And I'm going to hand it over to now Dr. Zeynep Erdem Beyazıt.
Thank you. Sorry, I can't see myself, but I must be somewhere. Okay, here. Good morning, everyone. So this work package, I would like to do a little debrief about what we're dealing with before moving further. I think it will make, perhaps it's very important for all work package leaders and all the other consortium members to because to have some idea about, maybe detailed idea about research-based learning. This is a big challenge, and it has started, we can see that there are programs towards this, but there are different ways of doing research-based learning. So at the crux of research-based learning, we see a change from being deductive to being inductive. And so if you look at our histories of universities, most of our universities are built on European model. And historically, we've been doing more lecture-based learning. So we have been very deductive in our teaching methodologies. But with the recent changes, I think part of the reason why entrepreneurship is also kind of highlighted is because in entrepreneurship courses, for example, which I also teach, because entrepreneurship involves a lot of uncertainty, you cannot really start with lectures. So in these courses, you need to, and we need to, push students towards first understanding the problem and finding their own solution with a little, I would say, facilitation rather than lecturing. So we show them a methodology, they do it in a systematic way, but there is no core knowledge that they apply because they need to learn while they're making this inquiry. So one of the types of research-based learning, which I find entrepreneurship very close to, is what we call inquiry-based learning. So there is a question, there are some observations, and then they go out and do the research. Then the second one, also at ITU, we see an example, challenge-based or problem-based learning, where this time the students are given the problem or given the challenge. So they don't really look out for the problem, but the problem is given to them. And then they work in teams, mostly in teams, trying to solve this problem. So I would say, for example, our newest program that we started with our center is this one. So we have an external stakeholder, a firm, a private firm. They have given the challenges, and now the teams from different universities, different disciplines will be working on the challenge for about 2 months, where we'll be meeting on a weekly basis, again showing them the methodology, the steps, but they are mostly on their own doing the research. We also give them what we call resources to, it could be a video, it could be a learning source, different learning sources. So they're also learning by themselves. So that I would say the second type. The third type, I think, which probably we are mostly familiar with, is what we call project-based learning, where this time the students are given an assignment and they work to come up with a design, a model or device. So this has been used, I think, also at ITU, especially at the thesis level, or also during the coursework. We know that we have examples of professors who design the challenge themselves and then let the students work on that throughout the semester. So I would say this would be the third type of research-based learning. It is more, in a way, directive. And the fourth one is case-based learning, which comes from management, and we also have been using in our management courses a lot. Of course, instead of finding the challenges, you start with cases so that students can relate what they learn in the coursework to a real-life problem. This has been used a lot, especially in business schools, for many, many years. The last one, I'm not sure if we're going to see that in this 4 boxes, because it seems it's the extreme, and it's called the discovery-based learning, where you let the students discover the problem, you let the students find their own learning tools, and it's really not very structured at all. This has not been implemented a lot. I don't know, I haven't seen an example. It would be nice if there is any who's doing there. But of course, engineering education, and perhaps also because of engineering as well, it's very structured, and this inductive, moving from being deductive to inductive, is in fact a very important change. And I think as a consortium, it's a challenge, but it's also an opportunity. So in the next hour, we would like to hear some of the examples coming from you as partners. And then towards the end of the morning session, we're going to work in our breakout rooms to understand what are the strengths and weaknesses of the consortium. We're going to do a little SWOT exercise so that we know what will be, what we're going to be, what we are capable of, what are our strengths, what are our weaknesses. And of course, in the end, this will come to a decision making where how much further does the consortium wants to move on towards this research-based learning? How are we going to have a strategy about this if this is the decision? How further are we going to do this? What we have been discussing internally in our own meetings have been, we have these examples, but we don't have a common principle which says, for example, this much of the curriculum will be research-based learning. And, so I think in the end, the consortium can decide how to apply this to the curriculum in general. So as the agenda tells you, are there any volunteers who wants to talk about, I think, Akif Hocam, how many minutes did we say? Perhaps 8 to 10 minutes. If you want to just tell us what you're doing at your own institutions. And then what we would like to see is, this table, of course, will tell us where we have, by just looking at this at the moment, it's not filled out yet. We see more things going on at the graduate level than the undergraduate level. So we need to really understand, how the consortium members are approaching this and which of these research-based learning tools or methodologies they're using in their own curricula. So are there any partners who wants to tell us their own experiences?
I could share our experience from UPB. So
Please.
good morning, everyone. I'm Loredana Manasia from the University Polytechnic of Bucharest, and I am here together with two of our students because I just want to leave the floor for them to give a little bit of their experience of research-based learning. So they are Stefania and Romika. But first of all, we started by conducting an analysis to ask us which is our vision on research-based learning. And we decided that we want to see making as learning, because we are in the process of developing skill sets and mindsets that are not only technologically oriented, but human oriented and socially oriented. So by conducting this analysis, we have identified, which came across 4 levels of fostering research-based learning. And this is why you will be able to see in that table some mentions regarding the levels. And the first level of conducting research-based learning is the basic one, where students are exposed to research evidence. And this is done on a daily basis when teachers are conducting lectures or seminars or laboratories. And this is usually associated with all well-established pedagogies. It's a more traditional approach. This can be also done in internship, in study visits, or mobility windows dedicated for students, both undergraduate and graduate. But the most important 3 levels are the second one, where we have identified activities related to inquiry-based learning, where students are given those tasks, those assignments, and they work within a course or a project or a seminar or a lab to solve this, and they use research and they develop research in order to solve that assignment. The third level is the level where students take courses or academic discipline subjects entirely dedicated to developing research and innovation competencies. And I just named a few in our board. For example, we have market research, we have statistics, we have data management, we have action research. Some of those courses are given at the undergraduate level, some of them are given at the graduate level, and we have also dedicated courses at the PhD level where students are given courses on research project management, for example, ethics, data management, and so forth. And the fourth level, and I think this level relates very well to what Zeynep previously said, discovery-based learning is the model where students conduct research in a research environment. They are exposed to learning activities in research centers, in research institutes, and they engage in students' projects, usually related to startups, to developing small companies that could put forward their ideas. And here we have identified examples of challenge-based learning and experiential learning that are very, very well developed. And if they are here and they can hear me, I would like to leave the floor for the next minutes to the students to tell how they are involved in those activities that are at the level for the highest level, the deepest level of conducting research-based learning. Stefania, Romika.
By the way, if you like, you can share your screens. I can stop mine.
Well, I think if you want just to see the names of the project and some of the links, I could share my screen. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Well, here is our summary of the internal analysis I was talking about, and well, the success stories we have are the two-space project, a CRIDA project, and some formula student. And well, I'd like to invite my students to just give a flavor of those activities they were involved in and had wonderful results.
Yeah, thank you very much. Stefania Armașelu here from UTB. I would like to talk more about two-space. That it's actually a startup that we formed 2 years ago in UTB, joined by many students, mainly from aerospace domain, but also business engineering and automatics. And there we have a simple solution to a complex problem. We like to offer customized launches at an affordable price for rockets and nanosatellites. And we joined forces and used abilities to work together towards a goal. We are also the first Romanian team that got accepted to the biggest rocketry contest in Europe. So all our transversal abilities were actually very useful and got us very, very well known, also here and also in Europe.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that with us, and I'm sure Romika wants to add something about the project.
Yes. Hello everyone. We continue with the project ECRIDA. This is also a space related project in our university. ECRIDA it's under the European Space Agency program Researchbased, where students make a research proposal related to microgravity research. And in 2 years, they have to make the proposal, the development of the experiment, and also at the end, they launch their experiment in microgravity using a rocket or a balloon. A rocket for the Rexus and a balloon for the Bexus experiment. So during these 2 years, the team can work in the same environment like in industry, and especially how the European Space Agency works. And also during these 2 years, you have to make technical documentations. You have reviews with engineers from European Space Agency or other research institute like ZARM, like SSC, and other company in the space domain. So it's a hands-on project for students to work in the space industry.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if Mihai is here and wants to share something about the Formula Student and UPV Drive. Well, I think he's not. Well, this were.
Sorry, I'm here. So UPV Drive is a Formula student team. We are doing this project for almost 3 years. Formula Student is a well-known competition, but in Romania is still a small competition, and we want to build our first car and to manage to go to the competitions, and that's sorry, I have some emotion. Sorry. So we are trying to build our first car. It's Formula Student is generally a really complex project that involves many departments, from structural engineer to powertrain engineer to management and electronics department, and we are trying to involve as many students as possible, and we are trying to teach them how to work in a really big and complex project for their next jobs, and to see what it look like to work in a really complex in this type of project. Sorry.
Thank you, and congratulations once again for your work and for the amazing results you have had until now. So these were 3 of our examples where research and learning take place in a research environment, because all the 3 projects and the student teams are hosted in our research laboratories, and of course we will be happy to continue to identify our other examples that could be brought together and contribute to the development of our common products within the EELISA consortium. Thank you.
I think Shule Hoca raised her hand. Shule Hoca.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everyone. May I share my screen? Okay, thank you. 1 minute, I'm sorry. Similarly, with UPB, we have some project teams as well. I would like to share the website. The students, I actually participated or established some teams to participate some competitions or races that are national or international. So I just want to give some idea One of them is solar car, as you see, ITU GAE. These are interdisciplinary teams, people from electronics engineering, computer engineering, material science and engineering, management engineering come together. These are student teams and they established by themselves. I mean, no one forced them. These are extracurricular activities, actually. Other examples are ITU Rover. They are also successful. This is also very successful team. We have ITU Water Bike, ITU Facilis. As far as I know, this Facilis is about energy efficiency team. It was about a hydrogen car or something. I'm not sure about that, but it I mean, complies with the sustainability concept of our ELISA as well, I guess. So we have other teams as well, many, more than 20 teams, and they participate national or international teams, and they earn some places, good places in ranking. So I think these are extracurricular activities that the student teams carry out. Similarly, I mean, we can bring those together for experience sharing in ELISA. This may be one of the things that we can perform to bring some, knowledge sharing and experience sharing. In ITU, besides, we have curricular project-based activities that are not in class actually, but they make research and they learn a lot, and they integrate and synthesize all the knowledge they learned so far during the courses by means of the projects. So in ITU, we have a project-based learning style, but I think new practices may be developed in this manner. I mean, currently only teams in the same department come together as students in the student projects. Maybe interdisciplinary teams can be established in future as an extension. I mean, this is just, I wanted to shortly mention those things. Thank you.
Thank you. By the way, sorry, I thought Shule Hoca had a question for you, UPB team. So that's why I wasn't aware, because thank you for the nice presentation, and thank you for bringing your students. I think it was nice for us to see their perspective and to hear directly from them their own experiences. Thank you, Shule Hoca. I'm adding that because yeah, I think project teams are also probably a very strong part of our all of our systems at ITU, as well as we can see at UPB as well. So are there any other volunteers in the on the floor who would like to share their own experiences related with research-based learning experiences? Of course, project-based learning is, again, as Shule Hoca was saying, I think the real shift comes when you start with experiencing before learning. So traditionally, we give the knowledge and then we ask them to apply, more in a linear way. The research-based learning is more about being inductive, first understanding. So it's really based on Kolb's learning cycle. I'm sure everyone here is familiar with that. So it's more about experiencing and then giving meaning and then going back to the theory or the knowledge. I think that's why the principal question is how much further we would like to go on that continuum, being inductive, because I think it is a new way of doing things in the classroom, and habits are strong I'm not sure, you know, it could be a little bit too much for everyone to shift and just become inductive, because our own education, I don't know, especially in Turkey, we've been deductive for all our lives. So it's a great challenge also for professors in classroom. So I think I find ELISA as an opportunity to really discuss these issues and to really decide how to move forward. Anybody else from our partners who would like to share their own experiences?
Yes, from the BME side, if you don't mind, I can share our experiences.
Please.
And our method. May I share my screen? Because on the Miro board, I would show you some of the details. I already put it on the Miro board. So right now, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So at the BME, so if you look on this very nice table, the BME tries to focus on the research and tries to involve our students in the research area on the master level. So the BME, the orange blocks belongs to the BME. So therefore you can see a much larger number on the graduate level and just a few on the undergraduate level. So therefore I would start with the graduate levels, and we have a quite nice workflow because we try to offer to our students a complex research track in our education. This research track starts with the semester class. It's basically a homework project, and the topic of the project is own selected by the students or by the supervisor, because each student in this class has a supervisor, and based on the discussion between the students and the supervisor, a research topic is selected to all the students. So it is mandatory on our MSc level. And in this semester, which is the first semester of the MSc, they start to investigate the problem. So there is a problem statement. They need to do a literature review. They need to establish a research strategy. And after it, they need to complete a research program leading to the final conclusion or final result. So it's really a very beginning of the research work, but the students will have a feeling what the research means, how to start to execute a research program, and how to start to establish a research program, because that's sometimes much more important. So they get a first view and feeling about the research, and the lecturers also get a view on the students, how good they are in the research. So therefore they have also a chance to select the very good students willing to work on the research fields. And for those students, we have a so-called scientific student research work and conference. I put a much more detailed description on this scientific student conference, because at the BME and in entire Hungary, it has a almost 70 years tradition. So it's a well-established and renewed framework. The core activity, what the students need to make is not in the original education of the BME. So it's an extra what the students are doing. Students or by student teams. It depends on the students and it depends on the tutors. So it depends on the supervisors as well. So they can work on the research separately, individual, or they also can create small teams. The usual team size is 2 or maximum 3 students. And they are working 1 year on this research field. Of course, usually it's the continuation of the homework, and at the end of the year they have a conference. And on this conference we have at the BME this conference in each year, and on the country level we have biannual, so in each 2 years, a higher level conference organized by the students. They need to deliver a research report to this conference. It's usually about 40-60 page long research report. And there are reviewers, 2 reviewers. They evaluate this research report, what the students gave to the board, and they score them. And then there is a conference where all the students present their work, and there is a jury, and finally the students are getting awards. So this is the second point, the second step of this track, the student conference. And after the student conference, they can continue the research work in the MSc diploma thesis. So almost 50% on the master thesis at the BME are research-based diplomas. So they contain the same problem statement, literature review, research strategy, and the completed research program. And for those students who were very successful on the scientific student conference and on the master thesis, they will have the chance to go to the PhD. So I would say it's a 1.5 year long strategy, what we are doing at the BME. It could be along by an additional semester abroad. Maybe it would be very good also in the framework of the ELISA, because the mobility could be increased on this one. So I would say it's a 2-year-long track where the first step for all the students is mandatory. So all the students are involved somehow in the research, but after it, based on selecting the best students, they are moving on the scientific student conference for an additional half year or 1 year research, and going to the master thesis, and hopefully finishing by the PhD. So this is our methodology we are doing, or how we try to involve our students in the research. And of course we have also some extra points which you also have at your university. So competitions, we also have the student formula team at the BME, what you also showed us. And what is also very popular at the BME is the student research fellowship. So if you have a project, or the supervisors has a project, the students could be a co-researcher at the department, and they could be involved in the research program of the professors. So this is what I wanted to show you related to the BME work in this field. And this student research conference is really a very good approach at the BME we have. And as far as I know, it's only in Hungary, or in this sense, we have it in Hungary, but we would like to offer it to have it under the ELISA umbrella. So we have the entire organizational background for this conference. In the last 2 years, we organized it online because of the COVID situation. So therefore, we can have students from your institutions as well. So what is needed to this conference is just a tutor and the students doing some research work, delivering a 30 to 60 page long research report and making a presentation on the conference. So we have everything to that, so there is not too much request from your side, I think. So we have the infrastructure, we have some industrial partners, they provide the financial background, and the Hungarian government also give a huge support to this scientific student conference. So that was what I wanted to mention you, and we really would like to offer this program to the ELISA. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this was a very interesting presentation. Maybe we could also ask our own professors and others, are there any activities that are similar to this? Because perhaps it would be nice, now that we see an example, maybe we can relate some of our own activities to this one. Are there anyone who wants to comment or feedback, or in the sense present another activity? We can build on one another. I think that will be also a good approach today.
Zeynep, may I ask a question?
Sure.
I'm curious whether you give credit to these extracurricular activities or not. Maybe we can share our experiences. I'm asking this question to all university representatives. Loredana, thanks Loredana, you had written your answer. And I can ask the same question to Balázs and the other partners. Thank you.
Right now, unfortunately, we don't give extra credits to the students, but right now there is a situation at the BME, so there is a discussion, so we might give in the future credits for the scientific research conference, but right now this is not the case.
But as I hear, students are motivated. What do you think their motivation is?
So the motivation is that we have a scholarship program. For the scholarship on the bachelor level, they don't need the scientific conference. But on the master level, if they would like to have the scholarship, the scientific student conference is a mandatory. So if they don't participate, don't get the scholarship. So this is the first motivation. And if they would like to go to the PhD level, they also need the scientific student conference, because that's also mandatory for our PhD students. These are the two motivations right now, but we are thinking on the credits as well.
I think Loredana, is this a comment or perhaps a question, please?
Well, it's a comment. I just wanted to say that we have at UPB a similar event. It's a research conference we organize annually, and undergraduate, graduate, and even PhD students participate in it. So yeah, it would be a great experience to put the BME's experience and ours together. Well, see if something nice could result, and we all benefit from it.
Thank you. Anybody else? Maybe if you could stop share, because I think personally I don't see everyone. So
right now I stopped.
Yeah.
I stopped sharing.
Yeah, maybe there are other comments or any reflections, any ideas now popping. Thank you. I think this was a very interesting share. Thank you for sharing this with us today. Are there any partners who wants to continue with their own experiences with regards to research-based learning?
Yeah, well, maybe I can continue. It's Laura from ENPC, École des Ponts.
Please do.
Maybe I can continue because actually we are quite like BME. What I mean is that our students are progressively involved in research. So actually I will do it. I will do a description very quickly because I'm not very confident with this research program, but I will do my best. So actually, we have, as you can see, maybe someone can share the mirror, and like this we can follow what I'm saying. Someone, no?
Sure. I'm also looking. Sorry, I'm just looking
okay.
for so many windows. Let me see.
You can also share it, Laura. You are allowed to share it if you wish.
Yeah. But I have a lot of things too, and then, wait, perfect.
Okay, here is the mirror. Please go ahead.
Okay, so as I said, there is a progressive awareness of research, and it is offered to all students from the beginning of their first year. The aim is to discover the scientific community and meet the researchers that are in the École des Ponts. So during the second semester, the students are more interested in deepening their relationship with research choose to join the research course. So actually they have they discover with an intro courses and a short 1 month internship in one of our labs. And then if they are interested, they can go deeper. So after becoming familiar with the different themes developed by École des Ponts laboratories, students become involved in specific research projects. So it is supervised by a researcher, and they work for a whole semester in small groups of 2 or 3 students. And there are also laboratory visits and short seminars on research methodologies. Also, we are offering to the third-year students an access to training through research. So they can, like this, the student can acquire research methods and tools, and the masters are organized in collaboration with the laboratories, academic partners, universities, or grandes écoles, as we call in France. So this offers, it's a complementary teaching fields, yeah. The students obtain 2 degrees with this third year, and they can continue to a doctorate because École des Ponts have its own doctoral degree, and there is a specific program. So they can, like this, they can help build their professional project, and it's very oriented toward business, public or private R&D or entrepreneurships. And that's it, actually. That's all I can say.
Thank you. Any comments? Finding any similarities? So for me, the French accent always gives me a hard time understanding, to be honest.
Yeah, and my accent is awful, I know.
No, you know, we enjoy it a lot. You know, it's very nice. Anybody who wants to comment? So of course, research-based learning, I think I'm not an expert, but you know, from my earlier readings, it came from medicine, and it was applied more in sciences, chemistry, you know, in letters. Now I'm thinking in French. Now it's nice to apply this to engineering. So it will be another nice step for everyone. Anybody who wants to perhaps elaborate or wants to share?
So maybe one word. So this, thank you very much for all information you gave from our consortium members. So maybe this can provide us as ELISA community to combine our efforts, especially around some organizations like graduate students meetings or symposium, in terms of engaging the students in earlier stages into their research journeys. So I think that Lütfi and Şule, they are the ones who will plan this and integrate to the ITU programs. So just to underline again, maybe. Thank you.
Thank you. Şuleciğim, is that your hand? Okay,
Yes,
go ahead.
Certainly. As far as I know, some of our students in some faculties, like in undergraduate level and graduate level, they hold some student symposia in undergraduate level, like management engineering or industrial engineering students are very, you know, active, and they are entrepreneurs, and they hold their undergrad symposia by themselves for many years. So they carry out some case competitions, like those things. So actually these are extracurricular. And beside, at the graduate level, our graduate school is going to hold a graduate level symposia, so that our graduate master's students are going to present their research among them. That's an interdisciplinary symposium that will be. I mean, that can be in the future an international activity later. First, this year it will start, as far as I know, and in the following years, within the ELISA consortium members, the graduate students can participate together and share their, you know, research results, and then some kind of collaboration may start with these, I mean, international conferences. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. For a moment, I was cut off. That's why I had a small internet problem. So are there going to be other partners who wants to share? We still haven't heard from some of our partners. If you haven't had the time to look over these, it would be very valuable for us if you could do that even after the meeting. If you help with us filling out a mural, there we can see more activities. The reason Akif Hoca handed me over the meeting was for us to do an exercise together. Although I was planning to do it in a breakout room, I think we can do it together here, because I'm going to share my screen, and let's go over what we have heard, and let's try to have like a very small SWOT template where we can put in our activities there. And perhaps more than that, because we've seen kind of the strengths, we can think about our weaknesses around research-based learning. By the way, there's a very hardcore management theory called resource-based management. That's why I keep like saying resource-based instead of research-based learning, RBL. So let me share my screen. Let me find my PowerPoint first. Yeah. Okay. I think it's going to be yes, I think this is, everyone can see. So this will be kind of a summary of what we've been discussing this morning. You know, what are the implications? You know, what are the key? Oh, okay. What are some of the key strengths that we have heard? Perhaps this is not right. Key strengths. Okay. For example, I heard project team seems to be appearing. Research conference at undergraduate level, I would say. I would say experienced partners, a strength, entrepreneurship, education already in place could be a strength for everyone, because everyone has a, because as I said, research-based learning also is a shift from knowledge to skills, and entrepreneurship is more about the skills that we're teaching, and it covers across disciplines rather than coming from one discipline. So the nature of entrepreneurship is multidisciplinary teamwork. Therefore, it cut across all departments in that sense. And I find it also a strength here. Anybody who wants to add here from what we have heard? So what are some of the weaknesses that we can talk about?
Giving credits to such activities, especially
So not having credits for extra, yeah.
Or I would say motivation of the students.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Why did it change its color? Let me do this again. Credits, motivation. What else?
We should create an easy way to come together to make collaboration.
Within the consortium, you mean?
The consortium, yeah. We should be easily organize our, for example, we will organize an international symposium for graduate students. So very easily we could make it together. So
I'll say this is a consortium as an opportunity. Yeah. Obviously, this is an opportunity. Are there any opportunities which is external to our consortium where we can get use of for this research-based learning? maybe other European calls towards this? I don't know. Anything that we can use as an opportunity which is out there to help us perhaps accelerate this shift? Any consortium members who can signal an opportunity around this?
Oh, maybe it's not quite enough of an opportunity. It's rather on a pedagogy that could help us mitigate the involvement of undergraduate students in research-based learning activities. And I think vertically integrated projects could help us to rebalance a little bit the involvement of undergraduate students, because as we all have seen, we have the focus more on master's students and PhD students, and those vertically integrated projects could be a solution, could be an approach, and well,
it could offer like a setting to include more undergraduate students in addition to graduate students.
Yeah, and to transfer the know-how and the skills from the more experienced students, PhD students, for example, to master students and then to undergraduate students.
Opportunities, I can add international companies. For example, if I have a collaboration with Vodafone or Siemens in Turkey, maybe in other countries, we can make a good start. So international companies.
Okay, so across consortium, right? They could be the, I see.
For internship, for research, for challenges, giving challenges.
Loredana, as I was listening to you, I think it could be also a implication using vertical projects.
Yeah, integrated projects, yes.
Yeah, vertically integrated projects as a bridge.
A bridge between the three levels.
Yeah, or across
degrees.
Yeah,
because we already have the experience of horizontally integrated projects and teams, multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary teams, and then just add the vertical.
Key opportunities. No, this is a second time. Let me delete this. Are there any threats that we need to be aware of around this coming from, again, external? Would be working against us, against this process?
Probably regulations, legal matters.
Regulations, yeah.
And maybe the whole context, the pandemic, and the idea that we cannot meet in person and the students cannot meet and develop and build joint teams to work together on projects.
Travel limitations,
Travel limitations and some digital barriers.
Okay. Although I also find it as an opportunity, I guess. We need to decide how to use this, because it also makes things easier in a sense. We don't have to really try to combine our academic calendars together and find slots for these students to travel. They can work online. So I would also write it over here, the digital change with the pandemic. We need to decide. I like this part of SWOT, putting these two things in different boxes and then have a decision about that when building a strategy. So I think we need to, not me, the management will need to make a decision over how to see this as a threat or an opportunity in later stages. Any other implications?
I don't know, but maybe a weakness could be the relying on our habits in terms of learning based methods.
Okay,
So,
habits.
Yeah, maybe
habits of academics, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe the implication could be raising the awareness about the new ways of, let's say, learning.
Need to raise awareness among academicians. Yeah.
And Nihan Hoca put a thread at the chat.
Oh, I didn't see. Could you please?
Continuity of university-industry collaboration contracts are short-term.
Contrasts?
Contracts, contractual agreements. So the continuity of this collaboration.
UBC contracts. Okay. Yeah.
Well, I would like to add something. I think it is an implication, not sure yet. The idea that we also need to focus the research-based learning on teachers, just to help them to embed those activities in their curriculum. And I think establishing a community of practice to empower teachers to rethink, redesign their teaching activities could be something that would help us change our ways of doing things.
As I was also thinking, you know, we have been added to the project much later, so please, I hope, I don't know, but it occurred to me that when there's people are discussing about ELISA credits, maybe those courses would be an opportunity to apply these research-based learning where they will be already taken by all university members, and that could actually be kind of an example for other members of the universities to follow. So those ELISA accredited courses can be, yeah. So I would say ELISA accredited courses to be RBL based. Yeah, any other comments? I don't see the chat though, I'm sorry, because I only have two like very small screens now.
I can add a weakness, especially with, for instance, the student teams. So both extracurricular, but also we should think this in a curricular way to improve interdisciplinary work. So, for instance, when I was doing my bachelor's, I have my degrees in electrical engineering. So we attended a competition, a robotics competition. So we actually built a robot, but we did the circuits, we programmed the robot, etc. But we used ropes to connect the gears because we didn't know anything about mechanical engineering and we didn't have anybody in our team. And when we actually went to the competition, some of the judges were from mechanical engineering and they didn't very much like it. So across the university, I mean, most of the universities, maybe all would have maybe project work for the final year, the graduation project at the undergraduate level even. So probably maybe we should be able to mix them together, not maybe stay in the same department at every level. I mean, undergraduate, master's, PhD, as much as we can, we should be able to mix them up so that they have different
as well as the academicians, Akif Hocam. So I think that this is a very important point, since Zeynep remember that it was one of our motivations while building Innova. So the weakness could be a lack of interdisciplinary orientation maybe as we wish. Of course, we have very nice works relating this interdisciplinary research, but we are still lacking, I don't know, Lütfi Hocam.
I also added the, oops, oh, okay, I'm still, so I also added departments or maybe department-based organizational structure. We're not going to probably change this, but it creates a natural barrier among departments. So this has been discussed in, you know, widely. The knowledge being in silos is how we start. And as Şebnem Hoca mentioned, this was our motivation when we had the idea of the center. We wanted to have a space where academics as well as students coming from different departments would have a space for working together. So.
Zeynep, I can add something just at this point, because that's a very critical issue, because we have some well-established, you know, governance structures, some organizational structures. As you said, they mostly operate in the form of silos, etc. So this is why, for example, in ITU Learner Center, we placed our learning stations not within departments, but at the periphery. That was the main strategy of ITU Learning Center. We did not cope with the existing, hierarchical structures, which are, you know, which are mostly very rigid in many universities. So our strategy was placing them as satellites that surround the departments. So that strategy also can work very well, especially in terms of encouraging interdisciplinary work. That's just a small contribution. So there are methods to cope with these, you know, existing weaknesses. I mean, thank you.
So maybe Zeynep Hocam, for implications, you can consider this some examples of practice, or
I think it's also a strength in a way, because I would say new models emerging. It could be also an opportunity emerged already. So we're not starting from scratch here. Each consortium member have some examples and some activities going on, which is really supporting this change. So I think it's kind of a strength in that sense. I'm looking for opportunities. I also think that, I don't know how it feels, but because of our recent experience, so when we started out with trying to find an external partner for our program to bring a challenge to students, in 2018, we couldn't find a partner organization. This year, an external company, they knocked our door themselves, and then that's how we started the program. I'm thinking, is there a change in industry as well towards being more interested in becoming or doing work together with universities? I don't know, how is the feeling here? I can say I feel that there is also a change in the industry towards, they are more interested in working with undergraduate students as well, not only with professors or graduate students, but I see they are more interested in working at different levels. But I don't know if you share this feeling.
I can add, some industrial partners are coming to us to, you know, recruit some students as interns or internship. So I mean, the companies are not always willing to collaborate with academic people, but to, you know, as interns, they want to offer some internship. I mean, internship to our undergraduate students. Our Master B program may be an opportunity as well, because we want to offer our students some internship in the undergrad program, and they will continue in their master's degree in the 5th year, and we are planning to offer internship as well in there, and their thesis will be based on this industrial collaboration probably.
So what I hear from you is, as industry now at the moment is interested in finding interns, we can use it as an opportunity towards other types of UBC.
Yes, I think some collaboration may be built by means of these students' master's thesis studies also. So we are going to assign some one advisor, academic advisor to each of the students, starting from the undergraduate degree for the students who are admitted to Master B program. So that may be an opportunity.
Okay, I hope I've worded it correctly. All right, thank you. Yeah, I think we kind of have a nice summary here from for the discussions. We can also make this available, put it in Miro as well. People can work and add. And now let me stop my share. Anybody who wants that, Akif Hocam, if there, how should we proceed? Because I think this kind of wraps the morning session around research-based learning.
I know a few people stated that they can attend after 11, so 12 Turkey time. So maybe what we can do is, I think maybe we can take a short coffee break, maybe 15 minutes or so, because I know there are a couple of people who will be available after. So maybe we can hear from them, especially from...
How about, because I think the next session will be really discussing the symposium. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's after lunch. But for instance, we can also discuss for about an hour, maybe specifics of some of these activities that can come together and we can frame as an ELISA activity rather than activities at institutions separately. Maybe ideas about that, and maybe ideas about maybe not merging them, but maybe which ones can accept mobility and accommodate international participation from other partners also. So that was the main idea, but also we can have maybe some people might have thought of different questions. Maybe we can also have them. So my suggestion would be maybe we can take a 15-minute break now and then come back, have a discussion session about an hour or so.
Okay, so that means 57. Let's come back at 11 CET then. Yeah. Okay. All right.
There are a few discussion questions at on the Miro board. Okay, so based on that SWOT analysis, perhaps we can go by adding, and because we want to combine those strengths, especially in the short term. So see you after the break. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. I'm going to share my screen for the Miro board. Let me see. Yes. So these are the current 3 questions that we have for our discussion in this hour. So the first discussion question is, what type of research-based learning activities should be the main focus of the consortium for piloting purposes? The second one is, which activities can be merged across partners and framed as an ELISA activity? And the third question is, which activities are more appropriate for mobility and participation from other partners? So Emre Hocam, will you be willing to write on Miro while we do the discussion, or you're much quicker than me?
Okay, or we may have an exercise first, and everyone can just, you know, post sticky notes if you wish. They can be even more practical, and then we can keep on with the discussion if you wish.
Okay, that's a better method. Okay, thank you. Yeah. So while we can also have the inputs on the floor because we're a small group, and perhaps we can write on the stickies as well. So the first question, what type of activities should be the main focus of ELISA consortium, again, for piloting?
The scientific conference could be an easy task, I think, because we already have it at 2 partners. So I think it could be really very easy to bring it to the ELISA consortium.
Okay, so the first one is scientific. And when you say this, you're saying this at the undergraduate level, the one that, like you did.
Basically, we have on both levels. So undergraduate student could also be involved, but the master students are usually much more efficient and successful.
Okay, so master level.
Yeah.
Thank you. So maybe Emre Hocam, then this would translate into doing yes, scientific conferences and merging which activities can be merged. This also as an answer to that, because the BME research conference can be merged across partners or can be applied with partners.
So we have it here as well, right?
Yeah, yeah, with BME specific. The BME model, I would say, the conference.
Maybe we could add something like summer school, winter school, spring school, or short-term activity that could be based on challenge-based learning, design-based learning, and involve academia, industry, students for certain purposes, and to have all those actors together. And I think we all have those activities in our portfolio, and we can go to industry partners and ask them to participate in.
So short term, yeah.
Short term, I wouldn't say projects, because, well, I think the idea is not to develop a project, more a challenge.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Could be short-term challenge-based learning activities.
Okay.
Emre Hocam, actually, we could also use our example from our center. Perhaps, you know, we had discussed that, but we had already launched it to Turkey, so we couldn't change the language to English. So our example with organic kimya could be opened up to other partner university students, because we have, that's online, and it's about, you know, 2 months. We can play around the timing, but that could be also an example.
Okay, yeah, you can edit, please, with a sticky note. We can also use ITU learning station model to design a research-based learning experience that can be a collaborative effort.
Yeah.
I think we shared the model. We have translated it into English. I can share it once more. So that's also an interesting model in terms of designing research-based learning experiences.
Okay, so I'm adding it here, if I can. Yes. These are also two activities which are also appropriate for mobility. So is mobility a condition, or if we do it in an online digital platform, will it be also okay? Is mobility a condition of the proposal? I mean, the outcome, deliverable. I'm wondering, is there a minimum like mobility condition for this ELISA consortium?
May I respond?
Yeah, please.
For supplement, giving supplement to our students, there is a mobility condition, as far as I know. Some ECTS per year or something. But for this conference, I don't think that there is a mobility condition.
Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. Sorry about the delay. I'm Luca from Sant'Anna. I just finished class, so.
Welcome, Luca.
Welcome.
So we were discussing, I don't know if anyone wants to add, we have 3 questions on board for discussion. What type of research-based learning activities should be the main focus of the consortium for piloting? Which activities can be merged across partners, and which activities are more appropriate for mobility and participation from other partners?
I think that we should build on student teams, because it looks like a number of partners do have those. So maybe I'm not sure about how we can frame it, but maybe we can have a federation of student teams, something like that. Maybe increase communication between them. Maybe we can organize some inter-ELISA competitions, something like that could be an idea. I don't know, but I feel like we should build on this potential, because it looks like a number of partners, maybe all of them, I don't know, do have student teams that work extracurricular, building stuff like the formula or the hybrid cars, etc. So I think there is a potential there.
So far, everything has been extracurricular though. How about any curricular activity? Emre Hocam, you're adding, I think, Akif Hoca'yı, o yüzden ben bir şey yapmadım. Okay.
Just added.
Yeah, thank you. So with the curricular, is there anything that we could do? Because these seem to be all extracurricular, and one of the challenges was the crediting these activities. Are there any suggestions for piloting? Could we come up with a ELISA course that would use research-based learning as a method?
I think we could put in common some modules, maybe, because we all have courses that are delivered in English and they embed in somehow research-based learning, and maybe we could analyze those, put all of them in common, have team teaching maybe, or teachers from various universities teaching different modules, and maybe we could also embed those inquiry-based learning activities, and here we could have teams of students solving those learning activities, and we will satisfy the condition of students interacting with each other, and could also be something related to a mobility window where they could share some experiences or do the work together.
Yeah, so if it is modular form, in fact, it could be taught by multidisciplinary professors. So it would be both professors working with one another, perhaps students working with one another. It is a challenge, but it could be something that this consortium can take on. Bir el görüyorum. Salih Hocam.
Yes, I would like to add something on what Loredana mentioned. So that there are several efforts on the consortium to propose ELISA-wide courses. So there is an initiative to collect courses that are going to be offered across partners, and as well we have tasks that are related to joint PhD programs, and potentially a new program that's going to be in preparation soon, at least at Istanbul Technical University, and perhaps again going to be a joint program. So perhaps we can put an effort on these kind of activities, both courses and programs, to be designed around these principles of research-based learning and interdisciplinarity and challenge-oriented learning outcomes, so that we can prepare like a pilot that can be, or more than one pilots that can be tracked across this consortium throughout the project and evaluated, and perhaps we can actually expand this to other courses in the future as well. So I guess there can be an initiative to transform at least the new pilots to be in this, around this research-based learning subject, and within that perhaps we can have train the trainers activities for the instructors that are especially going to be assigned in these programs and in these courses that are going to be taught across the consortium, which I think is not a very strong part based on the SWOT analysis of the ELISA consortium that needs to be targeted.
Thank you. We have another hand. Sorry, I can't see your name at the moment, so I don't want to be rude. Please go ahead, I would say.
Yeah, Luca, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know whether you discussed already, but for example, what we have in general in telecommunications, and we have some hackathon or challenge-based learning for students. So I don't know, actually now I don't know where to categorize it, most probably for mobility and participation, maybe. So the third column. But if we have if there is a common topic of research among the students or a common topic for learning, usually hackathon, like implementing together or solving together a problem, could be beneficial in my opinion.
So in the morning, we have looked at these 4 boxes where we have shared with you the link, Luca. So
Yes,
I
yes.
think we can add a hackathon somewhere here, undergraduate extracurricular activity. And then we try to have like a summary of these activities. We did a very short SWOT exercise. And now based on that SWOT exercise, we're kind of discussing how to move forward with specific activities. So hackathon, I think, is another extracurricular example that we can add. And what it tells us, it seems we have more extracurricular activities than credited activities. That was one of the weaknesses that we found.
Okay.
Yeah. And so now we're trying to discuss what the consortium can do specifically, our kind of action plan.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the input.
Sorry, can I just add something? What Salih has said is important, but even at the university, we have some problems in terms of having such types of interdisciplinary courses. So maybe it will be an opportunity. I always look at ELISA like an opportunity provider for maybe passing over such challenges. For example, the computer engineering department asks from us to combine a part of their course with entrepreneurship related knowledge. So these are all these are always, like Zeynep knows, some individual efforts. So from the managerial part, mostly Lütfiye and Şule would be much more supporting there. We can have such courses open to all departments in the universities, and we can do it with maybe our ELISA partners. Thank you.
So regulations and the limitations of creating this coursework, I think, will be taken care of. That's what I hear from you, Şebnem Hoca, by top management of these universities. Then I think we assume that they're going to take care of this, because otherwise, yeah, these things seem to be very challenging. Thank you. So piloting, of course, it seems we have few concrete pilot ideas, one being the conference, the perhaps second being a coursework, a modular course around this. And what Salih Hoca had said is also an important point, how to connect this work package and these things with other work packages, and also infuse, perhaps train the trainer into other activities that are going to be done in the consortium, like a joint PhD program. I don't know, I mean, these seem to be very concrete. Hackathon could be an activity that would make it easier for everyone to take part. That would be one extracurricular activity. So we could have one curricular, one extracurricular, and the conference also. These three activities seems to be complementing one another. And based on these experiences, and one could be easier to organize the way, because a hackathon, we don't have any regulative limitation, but a coursework probably will take longer to launch. So we could also see these as steps moving forward. I think even further is the degree program. So we could start with the conference in the short term, and also perhaps a hackathon in another short-term project, which could apply, and then work on coursework and degree further into the consortium timeline. Am I missing any chat again? Probably. Lab internships for mobility. Oh yeah, okay, Emre Hoca already saw that, sorry.
By the way, I think we can give 5 or 6 minutes to Luca because if I remember correctly, he had class in the morning, so maybe he can go with the activities at Santana, if you like, of course.
And by the way, before going on to that, Lütfi Hocam, did I miss your hand? Do you have a comment around these issues?
Yeah, I will strongly recommend to have a workshop to the professors that, or we, in work package 2, we collected many courses in the Airtable. So even from Istanbul Technical University, I guess we submitted about 70 or 80 courses, and from each university we collected. So maybe we can make a meeting with the professors offering these courses and discuss about how to bring research-related content to their courses. So they will be in curriculum, they will be assigned as ELISA courses. Starting from next semester, we expect that students will start taking them, and probably these will be assigned, these will be included in their diploma supplements. So why not to start with these courses? And these courses will be probably promoted across all universities in the consortium, so that they will be somehow able to receive interdisciplinary students. So we should start with those course lists, I guess. Most of them are about sustainability, so they will be about challenge-based. So it may be much more easier, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a very practical note, so we don't have to discover the wheel. We can continue with the already proposed coursework. Thank you. And Luca, perhaps now, do you want to comment or, well, just share your experience at your own institution?
Yes, thank you very much. Sorry about that, but I could not join earlier due to the class they had from 9 to 11. Yes, actually.
Share your own screen, or should I just stop share? What do you think?
As you prefer. I mean, here where is Akif, there is my content actually, where Akif is with his own pointer. So if you can move over there, it's fine with me. Is bottom left of the Miro board.
Okay, so here you mean?
No, I mean farther left.
Farther left.
Yeah, I think if you click on my name, Luca Valcarenghi, there you can just go directly where I am. But I'm not sure. I'm not too familiar with the Miro board.
Let me stop share. This makes it, I think, maybe you could share. It will be easy to navigate.
Okay, so let me try to share. Okay, so this is the part of the Miro board in which I input some of the content. I want to minimize just for a second this one. I hope you see it. So I put two concepts, then a colleague of mine then placed it in the right position in the Miro board. Sorry about that, but I'm not too experienced with the Miro board. It's the first time I'm using it, so it takes some time to get used to it. So in general, these two things that I put here are for example, one is on this part is related to the concept of education by research, and the other part is related to the best practices that we have in Sant'Anna. So in the first part, what is education by research to us? Okay, there is a part that is education by teaching, in which we teach known concepts of something that we know that has been proven for ages in terms of theory. For example, in engineering, there are laws that now have been proven, so that can be taught by education, so during courses and so on. And then there is a big part that is education, in our opinion, by research for new and unknown discoveries. So just not to reinvent the wheel, and coming from Pisa, Galileo Galilei, that actually was born in Pisa, let's say, established this scientific method that in general is called scientific method or scientific mathematical method or scientific experimental method. So in general, so in our opinion, education by research is to do something like this. So through intuition, isolate a specific phenomenon that we would like to translate into a quantitative form so that is measurable. We discover some mathematical law or formulate a formula that correlates these elements, and we perform experiments to verify this formula. So actually, this is strictly connected to the hackathon I propose. So, for example, the hackathon could be a common challenge, and the students learn through this common challenge by, let's say, formulating a law. Then they need to implement and verify through the experiment they are making. So that is, in few lines, what I consider education by research. So give a student a challenge that they were never taught by the courses, and try to formulate an hypothesis and to prove it in a quantitative fashion through experiments. So, and these are some of the best practices we have in Sant'Anna. So one, as I said, is challenge-based learning. So we participated, there is a list here, to many events, not only organized by us, but organized in general worldwide, that are challenges or innovation awards. Then there is industry collaboration. So we are given topic by industries, and that we were never exposed earlier. Or, as you mentioned, there are also schools that maybe are teaching courses where they were not taught during the normal. So those are extracurricular activities. And then further to education by research, further education by research offer is train the trainer. So we have, for example, courses for teachers. For the pandemic for the pandemic period, we had, for example, courses organized internally to teach through online teaching instruments. That was for us a kind of first experience, because we are not a telematic university. So actually we are used to teach in person. So those are the best practices we have in Sant'Anna. But let's say that the hackathon is strictly related to the first best practice, that is challenge-based learning. That is it from my side. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Luca.
Thank you. Oh, my camera is off, sorry. Thank you for this input. We have discussed some of it in the morning, so I think it's valuable to really enrich our Mira board. Perhaps we can carry them later on to our place, because that's why I think I didn't see it before. Shall we continue with the discussion? Akif Hocam, how much time do we have for the discussion? Because it seems we also have some concrete action plan now. One having perhaps an extracurricular activity such as hackathon, one conference, and using that conference as a common activity. And Lütfiye Hoca had the concrete curricular activity proposal where we can use the ELISA already established coursework towards this. I think these are very concrete actions coming from this work package. Any others who wants to comment? The reason I'm also going to teach in the afternoon, that's why I'm going to leave in a minute. So I want to make sure that my part of the session comes to a nice wrap up, because in fact, after 2 weeks, I'll be on campus in person. So I'm quite excited, but I also need my commute to the campus now because I was at home in the morning. So yeah. So I'm actually going to leave the floor to Akif Hoca. And yeah, thank you for this morning session. Perhaps others will want to continue. Miro seems to be very full at the moment. And yeah, all right, I must leave, to be honest.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
you.
Thank you, Zeynep.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Yes, having concrete ideas is great, because we can actually act on them and start working on them right away. One idea maybe I wanted to emphasize here could be this, well, probably inspired by Luca's explanations, especially related to the idea of putting the students face to face with something they were not actually taught. That's, I think, very significant, because students are used to applying very specific steps to solving very well-defined problems. And I think as the level improves towards graduate work, it becomes a problem, because now they become, maybe they do have a lot of knowledge, but they become lazy in the sense that they require the problem to be framed for them. And that is a problem I face, especially in my own teaching. And for instance, I might give a specific example. I teach probability theory, and for some time now, I have been giving term projects. This is a very theoretical subject, but I do give project work, and I do not give out the problem. And that is, I frame it as a part of the project itself. I ask them to come up with a probability problem and try to solve it. That's the entire project. And it's theoretical work still, but coming up with the problem is the majority of the project itself. And the example I give is, for instance, find the distribution of the time that takes you from, let's say, traveling from your home to come to the campus. Now, this is a random quantity, and it is dependent on a lot of factors, which the student doesn't really know to which extent. You have to make a lot of assumptions. This is what we do in research. We make a lot of assumptions, we model stuff, maybe realistically to a certain extent, but maybe unrealistically, and we have our reasons. But the students are not really exposed to this until they start their own actual thesis research. So in my opinion, this is my personal view, we have to carry this into the curriculum as early as possible, even if maybe it may not be possible in undergraduate work, but at least in graduate work. Because what we do is, well, we teach some theorems, we teach some formulas, and they learn how to apply them. But what we don't really teach very well, in my opinion, is when to spot what formula or what approach to use in what type of situation. So what I ask my students is to work on something during months, for a duration of months, because I mean, we assess them through examinations and we ask them a problem that can be solved within either minutes or at the very longest some hours. But that's not realistic if they go into research, for instance, because in research, the activities we do, the problems we solve, they require months at best. And they don't know how to frame the problem. They don't know how to model it. They don't, maybe the best thing they know is how to solve it when it is framed. But that is the very last step. So we teach the last step, but we don't really teach the first steps very well. So my approach in my own class, as much as I can do, is put them face to face with such a challenge. Okay, come up with the problem yourself and then solve it, because they don't realize it at first, but actually coming up with the problem and then putting that in a form that can be solved with the theoretical knowledge is a lot of work, and they don't really recognize that. So that's something maybe we should try to disseminate into the curricular part of the activities.
May I add something? I mean, in terms of taking action and proceeding with the next step, I may just propose, for example, creating different work groups. That can be very practical in terms of engaging with academics in our institutions. I may just show something from our management board. Okay, there are different issues that we have to work on in the ELISA project. So we try to create different work groups within the university. These people are not necessarily, team members. They are not members of the ELISA project, but we try to engage with them by inviting them to different work groups. For example, in today's meeting, there are very valuable propositions which can be easily put into practice in the short term or mid-term. So we can perhaps make a distinction between those which are short-term and those which are mid-term. And we can try to create work groups, interdisciplinary work groups in our institutions in terms of, proceeding with the next steps quickly, right? For example, just you can think about those, posts on the Miro board. That can be really very valuable. This is also part of the engagement strategy of the ELISA. What do you think? It's not just the ELISA project team, right? Many people will be attaching to us soon from different channels. So we can use the potential of human resources in our institutions. So we can easily grow the team in collaboration with them. Akif Hocam. So
yes, yeah, I was thinking about which activities specifically we can prioritize, and the scientific conference idea springs as the front runner, in my opinion, because it ties very well with the research-based learning symposium. So that there is an opportunity here to maybe combine the efforts for this scientific conference along with the symposium organization. Maybe not for the first one, but in fact, in a conceptual sense, we can think about how they can coexist, maybe, because or maybe this scientific conference could be a part of the symposium. Maybe they can organized on overlapping days, As I said, I'm not sure we can pull it off for the first one, but maybe we can think about it for the next one in 2023. So there might be something to it. So to start, I think we can form a task force just for the symposium, and we can also have the scientific conference organization as a part of it.
Akif, I find it that's a very good idea. So, but based on my first impression, the scientific conference was mainly for students, and the symposia is mainly for the supervisors. But maybe we can really mix it, and I find it as a very good idea.
Yeah, Loredana, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that maybe another task force or working group could focus on train the trainers activities, because as you previously said, it's very important to have all those wonderful ideas embedded into the curriculum and in our daily practice, because otherwise the extracurricular activities are awesome, are really nice, and they lead us and our students to great learning outcomes. But we need to create that research mindset, that research skills that would be more visible at the PhD or master's level, but we will have to start them with in the undergraduate level. And to do so, I think we need to work a little bit on and with the teachers and give them some insights, some practical examples, some context where they could come together, discuss, and rethink the way they are doing the courses, because there are some changes that could be easily done and could be integrated into their syllabus and will have the effects we want. And I think, well, maybe it could be a parallel working group with the one dedicated to the symposium and the scientific conference, and the example that Julia sent us in the chat is kind of a nice format to have and to organize some small events, encounters where teachers could share, and in the end maybe we'll have some more ideas to add to our practices that we want to pilot during the EELISA project.
Yes, I think that's another good idea. So maybe we can put an area here for indicating the task groups. So maybe put something here.
And I don't know, it's just an idea, but we have this concept of co-creation, of co-participation, student co-participation, co-creation. Maybe during the symposium, we could have a common session, teachers, students together, trying to analyze things, design things together, things more precisely learning activities, because, well, I think that's some sort of student engagement we want to bring to our project. It's just an idea. We don't have to go for it.
Yeah, so we'll discuss the details of the symposium in the afternoon session in any case. So this is a good way to transition to that. All good ideas. So I'm just going to put, first of all, scientific conference here in the task groups pane, and train the trainers again. Okay. So these two looks like we can form task groups for them. Okay, any further input from anybody?
I mean, we can easily increase them in number. I mean, it's all about, you know, conducting some pilots on research-based learning. It's not just scientific conference or symposium, etc. It's all about incorporating research-based learning approach to curriculum. So there can be many different tracks, many different types of activities. So as long as we engage with our stakeholders, that can be students, project teams, okay, academics, in collaboration with externals, etc. It doesn't really matter. So they are all different channels to integrate research-based learning to curriculum. So yes. So if any there are volunteers, if there are any, you know, interested people from different partners, different groups, members, so we can easily proceed with, you know, those pilots. I mean, but of course we should be able to access these people. I mean, in that sense, I mean, the Airtable, Lifyojam, can be very valuable to access some of these people. We can also, for example, make a call regarding these different tracks once we identify them, etc. So there are a couple of strategies to follow, but engagement is the critical part in terms of working. That's also very important for the dissemination of ELISA mission and activities as well. I mean, it's not just the ELISA project team. That's what I mean. So we have to engage with these people very quickly, because this is the second year of the project. I mean, it has already been almost a year, so we have to be quick. That's what I mean. So engagement is a critical issue.
So it seems like this is a good point to take the lunch break. And fortunately, it looks like we are ahead of schedule. So we were supposed to leave like 25 minutes later, but I think this is a good point to take the break, and we can convene again at 1 p.m. CET. And we can have extra 15 minutes in that case.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
See you in the afternoon.
See you. Bye-bye.
Bye, see you.
Good appetit.
Okay. I think we can start this afternoon session. And to summarize very briefly what we did in the morning session, let's see this overview. We talked about research-based learning practices at the participating partners. And then based on this, we try to identify which activities can we build on. For instance, can we make some of them pilot practices across ELISA, and can we make some of them across partners? Can we merge some practices so that we have an ELISA activity, and which are the ones that could support mobility so that students of one of the partners can attend a practice or an activity at a different partner. So that was the main topic in the morning. And based on this, we also performed a SWOT analysis of sorts. So essentially, we have the strengths of the general view of, let's say, the practices at these partners. And we try to list also the weaknesses and the opportunities and threats. And we also talked about task groups to be formed, especially to realize some of these activities in the short to mid term. So in general, this is what we have been talking about. And if maybe I should share the link again if you don't have the link to the Miro board. If you are joining the meeting for the first time today, you can access the Miro board from the link on the chat board. Now, in the second half, in this afternoon session, we are going to talk about research-based learning symposium. And in the grant agreement, we have this specified as education by research symposia. So as I have mentioned in the morning session, we decided to rename this as research-based learning symposium. And in the grant agreement, we have the codes here that mention education by research symposia and or meetings. And maybe we can start from the final point regarding the education by research, or by its new name, research-based learning symposium. The topics covered in this activity will include research outcomes completed within ELISA communities, innovative applications dealing with links between education and research, societal engagement, entrepreneurship, and experiences and case study related to ELISA pilot tracks. And clearly we have, as stated earlier, we have 3 education by research meetings or research-based learning meetings and 2 research-based learning symposia. And we had tentatively agreed to actually have the first symposium in April next year, this coming April. And that's actually is going to be one of the points to be discussed today, the exact timing. And the main subjects we actually decided to talk about in this session are listed here on the Miro board. And this is not actually a proposal per se from our side, but this is a sort of, let's say, a starting point to discuss the structure of the symposium. So we have proposals for sessions that we can hold during the symposium, and we have committees to discuss. I mean, which committees should we form and who could be in these committees. And we will discuss timeline and the audience and participants. And finally, we have some other stuff. So we can start by maybe discussing session proposals here. And let me quickly go over these. We have best practices in university industry collaboration and challenges and barriers. This is for a general setting. I mean, it could be for research-based learning or implementation of ELISA practices in general. And we can have keynotes on research-based learning and networking sessions, obviously, ELISA reflections, and this could be a session or multiple sessions on implementing some activities in the context of ELISA. So maybe some people might share their experience, maybe some obstacles they had to overcome, etc., and some outcomes of these activities. And we have poster sessions, and this is more or less related to the research outcomes of the communities, and presented by mainly students, not necessarily so, but as a general principle. Examples of ELISA partner joint research activities, and this is this could be beneficial in, again, sharing experiences about maybe applying to some grants, maybe finding grant opportunities, or maybe some success stories, if we have any, on conducting joint research across ELISA, and how we can actually disseminate the practices here to ELISA in general. And we have engineering education research papers. So this could be another session where the focus is not really on the application, but maybe the theory behind this concept. So engineering education could be one of the focuses. Potential joint ELISA activities. Again, this could be a brainstorming session or a panel to discuss upcoming joint activities. We can have an award session depending on the content, especially with respect to ELISA communities, and workshops on a number of topics. So these are some ideas we had, and what we are going to do today is essentially, again, a brainstorming session. So we are going to throw some ideas around. Maybe we may not give it a concrete structure today, but we will put down the ideas we have, and we will see at the end of the day what types of activities are thought, what kind of sessions we can have. So these all tie in together. So maybe I should continue with the other subjects, and we will then come to the very first subject. So about committees. Now, organizing committee. So this also ties in with this task force we discussed at the end of the morning session regarding the organization of the research symposium, along with the research-based learning symposium. So, and this could tie into that. And the scientific committee to organize maybe more research-oriented sessions, and also reviewers. Now, these are required to assess, let's say, the scientific or the research outputs of community activities, and also maybe an awards committee. Now, one of the challenges here, I have to make a point here, because we know that the communities are they are being proposed and they are starting their activities, but most of them probably are not very active, especially in regards to research at this point. And since we envision this symposium in about 6 months' time, we might not have many concrete research outcomes regarding research in communities. So this could be a point for discussion. Maybe we can hear from work package 4, if we have any here, regarding the potential or maybe the current situation regarding communities. So this is regarding committees. And next, we have timeline, and this is obviously very significant. Now, the call for papers here, this is mostly the announcement of the symposium, especially to those who are involved in communities, because we are going to expect research output from them, and that the other activities are more or less either panel sessions or brainstorming sessions. So we can have separate announcement for those. Another point is obviously the exact timing, the dates and the time within those dates. So when in April, which days, how many days, and on a day, how many hours should we devote to the symposium? That's another important point. Number of symposium days and registration deadlines. So these are sort of details related to the timeline. And the audience here, who could be the participants? Now this again, we talked about in the morning session about student project teams. And I personally think that it was great to hear from students themselves in the morning session. It's always a great experience, I think, from hearing from students their own experiences. So I believe we can devote an entire session to student project teams. Maybe they can even have demonstrations using some maybe videos. Obviously, industry representatives, especially in the context of collaboration as well as entrepreneurship. And we have engineering education researchers, and obviously we are trying to contact some people, especially some of our people have attended the CEFI conference that came up earlier, I guess. So we are in contact with some people, potential speakers. And clearly ELISA academics, especially those related to or involved in communities, work package leaders and representatives, clearly, and students. And this could be another point. ELISA partner centers for excellence in engineering education. So if any of the partners have such centers, we can target them for participation, or even maybe with some experts that they can come into contact with. And also accreditation boards like NIA that can have an impact on how to shape the curriculums in the partners, or how to frame some of the activities. And maybe some final points here. Online event platforms. Well, this is important because this is tentatively 6 months away, and it's going to be probably not very feasible to have a physical event. So it looks like it's going to be online. So should it be just Zoom, or should we have a platform, especially with some networking tools and features? So that's an important question to discuss, which also ties in, I believe, with the budget we can get from the general ELISA budget, I believe. And finally, the dissemination of the outputs, the proceedings and publications related to the symposium. So these are the points we came up in our first iteration of brainstorming. And let me just start the discussion here with first of all, the sessions. I mean, in this symposium, what type of sessions can we have? What are your thoughts on these proposed sessions? Maybe you can offer some details. Okay, in this session we can do this, we can invite these people, etc. Or you can propose brand new sessions that doesn't appear here at this point. So anybody with any ideas?
I was thinking for related to the students' participation in the symposium, maybe we could have them presenting in some pitching session their projects, I don't know, their activities they were involved in. And I think pitching, it's kind of a relationship, or establishing a more clear relationship between entrepreneurship and research. and just to have this this type of format, we could provide them with some pitch structure, pitch format, and they will prepare in advance. And I would go for your idea, Keith, with having some videos, some demonstrations embedded into their pitching presentations.
Mm-hmm. So you envision this exclusively for students?
Well, maybe could work also for the communities, but I'm not sure. I'm familiar with a very small part of the communities because I'm part of one of them, but I don't know what outcomes, outputs are we expecting to see. So,
I mean, we also have a general networking session, but maybe specifying it in a session could be beneficial. Maybe we can pitching sessions for communities. I think that's not a bad idea.
And maybe for other types of sessions, and maybe for the communities, we could use the Pecha Kucha presentations formats. It's well, it's kind of easy to use it and to apply it, and it gives the opportunity to participate to many persons that are interested. If you want, I will leave a link in the chat to see a more detailed approach.
Yeah, that could be great.
Akif, if I may say something.
Sure.
I think the session type depends also on the event type. So if it is an online event, I see it quite troublesome to do networking or poster sessions because I don't know. I mean, either we use a platform that is really well done in terms of networking and poster section, or I mean, at least my experience in online conferences is difficult to have a poster section or something like that, and I don't know how we can implement networking in an online platform. So I think that the session types change based on the type of event we would like to organize. So if we go for the online, maybe some session types are more suitable than others.
Okay, so maybe I can put a note here. Considerations regarding that's a good point. And well, there are references to the posters specifically in the grant agreement, as you might know, which are expected as the deliverable to the European Commission. But we can maybe define what a poster is in this case. So since it's not going to be a traditional conference, either we can redefine what a poster is, or maybe we should come up with alternative formats.
Yeah, and also for networking, I don't know what we could do. I mean, networking events in traditional conferences are places where people gather, maybe also socially, like. And I don't know how we can replace the traditional networking with online networking. I know that by experience that there are some platforms that have a kind of virtual exhibition or virtual rooms were together, but obviously that is really tied to the cost of that platform and what we would like to do.
Yeah, that's one point. Yes, we need to actually learn how exactly how much we can spend on this. So the final decision has to be based on that. And by network, maybe we can specify some types here. Maybe I think, for instance, community pitching sessions could be a type of networking activity. So if we can come up with some specific ideas, not as a general networking session, but maybe some specific types of networking, I think it could work. I mean, maybe we can allot some time slots for people. If we collect these beforehand, okay, I would like to pitch this idea for a community. Maybe we can arrange a special session for that. Maybe interested people will come and listen. That could work. If it is well defined, maybe not a networking session where people really, let's say, behave like in normal conferences before the pandemic. That could be difficult to manage. But if we specify the aim of networking here, not just having a coffee and meeting people, but maybe, for instance, like this, pitching some communities or something else, it could work. So maybe again, I'm going to put a note here. Platform, and maybe specific aim.
I put a link in the chat with the feed loop platform. It's not amazing, but it has a module for networking and for posters. I've recently participated in a conference organized on this platform, and it was okay. Again, it's not a great experience, but it worked, and it's just to be paid for one event. There is no need to build a new platform. Just an example.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm also going to maybe switch to this site here because we have the online event platform here. So maybe I can actually put this a little bit farther and maybe put the candidates here. So this is one. And another one is Hua, apparently. And there is Gather Town. If I remember correctly. Okay. And we can add more in the course. Okay. So coming back to here, again, I'm going to copy this here. Okay. So we can continue from this again. Any session proposals or any comments here about potential sessions?
we can define some panel discussion topics on which some people can talk rather than single keynotes.
Okay. Okay. Any specific ideas about panels? Some of these we can do like speeches, some of these we can do like panels. Maybe some of these could be panel sessions. For instance, potential joint ELISA activities. This could be, I don't know, or examples of joint research activities can be framed as a panel session.
Hi, Akif here, Isabella speaking from UPM. This is something further to discuss, but maybe INNOCORE has also to organize 2 symposia. That's under ITU work package 2. So I guess there could be a session on INNOCORE.
Yes. Yes, this, as you said, this requires further discussion, definitely. But let me just put it here in the course symposia. So we will have to decide which or what level of involvement we should have. Either they could be packaged together, maybe, or maybe they just have some sessions devoted to them and separate events. I don't know, but it definitely needs further discussion. Thank you.
If I may, I wanted to ask, are we planning to launch or to publish some sort of a maybe theoretical framework related to research-based learning within the ELISA consortium? Well, I've seen it is kind of a common practice to have the consortia publishing kind of a manifesto explaining their view, their approach to some pedagogical innovation or approach, and that will be the guidelines helping us to sort out all those activities and practices and organize them in a more coherent form. Just asking, and it's related to the dissemination also. Maybe it could be, I don't know, kind of a position paper or something like this.
Yeah, good idea. I think maybe put it here.
I've seen that European University Association had some sort of a paper published on this, and an article on their website, and also other consortia had their manifesto. Maybe it's a little bit too much to call it manifesto, but that's the idea.
Yes, again, I mean, we are just throwing out our ideas here. All of these should be further investigated, obviously, but let's just put it here for the time being, and we will consider it, I guess. It could take different forms depending on what level of detail we want to put this out. Okay, good. Anything further from anybody? maybe regarding research labs, because I was thinking back to our 2 tasks. If you recall, in your package 5, we have these 2 tasks here: laboratory experience for undergrads as well as research internships for graduates. So maybe we can have a session where some laboratories maybe present what they are doing, what type of work they want to do, or maybe what types of students they are looking for. Maybe it could be a matching session between potential interns, between laboratories and students. Maybe there could be a platform to match them. I don't know, maybe we can put what can we call it, a matching session.
Maybe the labs could have some videos, presentation videos filmed in advance, and students or other teachers will be able to watch the videos, and then we'll have a more interactive session where they could matchmake.
Okay.
Can we add to the group of labs R&D company labs, and perhaps they can sponsor this event? I don't know if you are going to need a sponsorship, but perhaps some of the things that we need to look at, if we are going to need any funds beyond the allowances of a recent project.
Yeah. Okay, that's an idea.
Well, maybe challenges and barriers could be a panel session.
Could be, yeah. Let me make a note of it. I mean, some of these are interrelated. For instance, challenges and barriers. You can see this related to ELISA reflections. So that could also be a panel session. And maybe we can listen to some people that engaged in ELISA activities, maybe some students that made exchanges or visits, what kind of experiences they gained, but also what type of barriers they observed. Or we can listen to academics that are involved in challenges, or maybe from industry. I don't know, at this stage we will have some industry partners. I don't know, because it's very short period of time, but we will see, I guess.
Akif, I have
Yes.
an idea, maybe something about entrepreneurship, because that's topic here, but I don't know under which form it could be a session about entrepreneurship, but maybe it could be a good thing.
Yes, definitely.
But I have no idea how could be this session about this topic for the moment.
I'm hoping that I didn't misspell it, but yeah, we have to think about what should be in such a session, because, well, most of these sessions will, as I just said, will have to come from academia, from us mainly, because at this stage we don't really have many industrial partners. So we will definitely have to sort of carry the symposium, at least the first one. And hopefully in the second symposium, we'll have many more industry partners. So entrepreneurship, maybe at this stage, it could be about the education. I don't know, about education, entrepreneurship education. Maybe some experience sharing again could be an idea. But obviously, we have to tie in with ELISA framework. Yeah, we will think about this, but definitely we should have something related to entrepreneurship.
Yes, of course.
Okay,
and maybe we could link the idea of entrepreneurship to students' projects that resulted in startups or spin-offs. Where, for example, the project you have seen this morning, to space, they are a startup, and they work within this framework. So yeah, could be related to that, because they started from a research activity and they evolved to a startup. And well, I think that's a good example of linking the two.
Yes,
maybe student involvement
to show some success stories about it.
Okay. What else can we have?
Maybe a social program.
Social program, okay. Again, we have to discuss, or maybe think about, how to implement it in an online setting.
Yes. At CEFI, they have introduced like short videos about tours and other things. But it's, as you say, it's not easy. Perhaps the most difficult one. I mean, networking, there are some platforms, like posters, there are some platforms that offer that, but social, it's difficult. So there was like I didn't attend it, but I remember the title, like there's a cooking activity in the middle of the CEFI conference. I don't know what they did, but it was probably the one that was the most interesting.
At the early conference in August, September this year was the same. They had a session cooking cinnamon buns. And it was really interesting. Well, it was related to a study program the host university was delivering, so it wasn't totally out of place. And they had also their Twitter account and the hashtag, and the participants could post pictures or short videos of their social activities, for example, taking a walk in the evening, and you will post something from your university, from the campus, from a research lab, and so on and so forth, with the hashtag, and so the others could see your walk. So, but we need to connect this with social media, Instagram or Twitter or something like this.
Can we do maybe localized programs, maybe, because I mean, obviously the main obstacle here is before the gathering itself, the main obstacle is travel. And if you forget about the travel, I mean, we do have a limited amount of interaction allowed locally. For instance, in our campus, I can think of a scenario where maybe ELISA team can get together at ITU. Maybe the ELISA team at other partners can come together at their institutions. So maybe a limited sort of social program, not a big one. So a gathering, and then maybe we can have we can hold this in a let's say large hall, maybe, if available, and we can connect each of these gatherings to each other through maybe Zoom. So it will be again a socializing program, but maybe localized at each institute. Of course, it's not going to be the same, but it could be an idea. I don't know. Maybe we can build on this. We should also look at other conferences, what they are doing for social programs. So yeah, this is something to be investigated further, I guess. So I'm going to put a note here. What are others doing? We have to check it out. And maybe localized. Okay, so we are just brainstorming here. We are coming up with ideas, and we will maybe investigate them further later on. Okay. Okay, so any other ideas? Okay, so maybe we can continue with other headings, and if anything pops up, we can always come back. So maybe let's talk about committees. So we have the organizing committee, scientific committee, the reviewers, and awards committee. So maybe, so this, let me pull these apart a little bit. So the organizing committee, we will have the, maybe this will be related to the task force. Along with the graduate research conference, maybe. Again, these two, scientific committee and pool of reviewers, these all depends on how much, let's say, how much interest can we gather from the communities. So it would be great if we had someone from work package 4 right about now, but apparently this time we don't. So maybe we'll have to contact them offline. So to assess what level of participation we can expect from the communities, how active they are, how much research they are doing currently. So we will have to have an assessment of the amount of, let's say, submissions here. And this is just for the scientific content, the research outputs. So maybe these two, I would say, discuss or to be discussed with work package 4. Maybe these two. I believe we would have more than enough people in case we need any reviewers, because we are, well, 9 universities. Obviously, we would have the sufficient amount of manpower to review papers, etc. I'm not really concerned about that, but we have to first, I think, assess the level of participation or willingness so that we can have an idea about this process. As well, the same with scientific committee, I think. Maybe one point we might need external input is about engineering education and the research-based learning concept in a general sense. So because that's usually out of the scope of, especially, well, engineering research. So most of us are not really well versed in those, at least theoretical approaches. So maybe we can get help in that aspect.
So maybe to add what you said last, so are we going to make a call for papers in 2 tracks? And these tracks are: one, research-based learning activity results of ELISA. The other one is general and open to people from outside the ELISA consortium, in the title of research-based learning overall, like in engineering education, PhD students perhaps can submit their work. They are not necessarily part of ELISA. Hmm. So are we going to be open to outside consortium?
Yeah, that's a question whose answer is not really very easy, I think. Obviously, in my opinion, just for research outputs, we have to confine the participants to ELISA communities. But apart from research, maybe application of education practices, maybe entrepreneurship or innovation, or sustainability, etc. Maybe we can accept from out of ELISA. That could be an idea. I don't know. So it's a question to be discussed again. So let me put here again. Put these here. So I'm going to put here. So outside contribution, especially on engineering education. Or maybe a question mark here. Okay, so we would have a call to be circulated within ELISA, especially to the attention of communities. But again, we shouldn't confine it to the existing communities because we are envisioning pitch sessions for communities also. So people should be able to maybe come up with communities during this event. That could be, I think, very beneficial. So yeah, we will have to maybe design a number of calls, a number of invitations to each different participant type. Is it a community researcher or is it a potential community member, or is it maybe from industry? Is it from an engineering education background? So maybe we should design a number of invitations for these categories of participants. Yeah, so maybe I should also note them. Or the participants are here. So what can we add here? Student project teams. We do have engineering education researchers, ELISA academics. So maybe let me put shapes here. So particular calls for maybe ELISA academics. Okay, so and maybe for engineering education researchers. Industry. And the others, I think, for instance, student project teams. These could be invitation based. I mean, everybody knows their student teams at their institution, so maybe we can use a direct approach here. Maybe we can recruit student teams rather than publishing an invitation. Maybe we can just directly speak with them and see who can attend, who wants to attend, etc. Okay. And maybe we can also talk about awards at this point. What type of awards we can give out. And here again, there are two questions. What types of awards can we give? And the number two, is it just going to be a certificate, or is there going to be a real prize here? Maybe that's a detail, but it again depends on the budget, maybe. But even the award itself could be an activity within ELISA. Maybe we can select, maybe depending on some criteria, some students might be given awards, and the award could be in the form of, I don't know, some ELISA activity like a lab visit or something like that. So an opportunity maybe could be a reward. And it's not going to be without its cost, but still it's going to be within our budget. So that could be considered.
But maybe a type of award could be kind of a mobility stage for students to visit another research lab,
Exactly.
or university, not just give them money and do something with them, but to invite them to meet their peers, to meet other teachers, professors in the partner universities. And I think this could be related to the mobility aspect of the ELISA, and from my experience, it's very rewarding. Including for the student contests and competitions, maybe they could exchange knowledge practices with other fellow teams.
So again, maybe one award that has come to my mind is most impactful community could be one award. Maybe we can have communities prepare sort of a portfolio to detail their impact on society in general, on education, on the students individually, on the academics output maybe. So many criteria can be thought of here. So maybe we can give an award to one of these communities to maybe incentivize, let's say, improvement on the impact. So obviously we will have to discuss the general framework for this, but I think we can think on this. Maybe let me put a note about that here. Most impactful community. Again, we have to discuss this with work package 4, because I'm really not really sure how active they are. So is it meaningful, especially with the first symposium, is it meaningful to introduce such an award? I don't know, depending on their answer, maybe we might have to wait for the second one. I don't know, but it's a discussion.
Perhaps students could have a voice and initiating an award, I don't know, related to something that they felt very engaging, an activity, a project, or something that was related to research-based learning. And since we have a number of student teams that we are planning to invite to participate in the symposium, we could also invite them to serve as a jury and to propose activities that could be awarded. And well, this could be focused more on teachers and to students reward or give an award to their teachers. I don't know.
Okay, so maybe Students' Choice Awards, something like this?
Yeah, kind of. I think it's a form of engagement and give them a voice to share what they find meaningful.
Okay, so maybe maybe institutions themselves, or maybe educators, or maybe specific
projects or activities.
Yeah, practices. We have to think about this, but I think it's a good idea.
Well, and here we don't have to have money to give the award. A certificate, it's enough for the teachers or for the institutions, but the idea that their students reward them.
Yeah, it's the recognition. Yeah.
Yeah. And feels good to have your students on your side.
Yes. Any other ideas about awards or the committees in general? I'm also going to bind this to the start so that I don't forget. Okay, so I think we can move to the timeline. So what we need to discuss is the exact days that this should take place, and the duration in terms of days, and the duration in terms of hours within a day. So those are the types of details we need to discuss. And judging by today's meeting, it looks like an entire day is not very feasible. So it looks like the most efficient way to do it is maybe increase the number of days, but limit the number of hours within a day. Okay, so maybe more than 3-4 hours is going to be maybe not very attractive to many people, even if they want to attend sessions, they may not be able to. So that's my personal view. I think we should have probably a week long, like 5 days of activities, but each day maybe just have half a day, 3.5 hours, maybe 4 hours at most, so that it's easier for people to find the energy, let's say, to continue attending these sessions. Anybody has any comments on that?
Yeah, Keith, it's Lucas speaking. Yes, I agree, because attention tends to go down after a certain amount of hours. So I fully support the half day at the most type of event. Yes.
Yeah, and with obviously, since we envision this as an online event, we will have probably the opportunity to record the sessions. I mean, obviously participation is it's not the same thing that watching the recording rather than being there online. It's not the same, but obviously it's better than nothing, I guess. So that also means that maybe up to 2 we can have parallel sessions if need be. Depending on the number of sessions, we may not have to do it, but if the need arises, I think we can do maybe not more than 2, but maybe up to 2 parallel sessions, in my opinion. Obviously, in the ideal case, I think we want to have everything in one session, so nothing clashes. But obviously, that will have to be discussed when we have the actual sessions planned. So I think that would be a reasonable approach. So maybe 4, maybe 5 days, but no more than half day each day. And if we have many more sessions that cannot fit into that schedule, maybe we can hold some of them in parallel. Okay, so anybody has any suggestions on this, or any other comments?
I guess before that we may need to talk about the dates, so that we don't organize the event in one of the holidays in Europe. I guess this is something where the holidays are also coming up. So I don't know. I mean, as far as I see that there is a Easter Monday on April 18, and after that there is like 19, 20, 21, and after that April 22. In some countries we have the Good Day, Good Friday.
Yeah, it's the same in Romania. We have the Orthodox Easter on April 24th, and we have a free day before on Friday and another free day on Monday.
So it looks like 19, 20, and 21 is a good range of dates that's not giving any problems in terms of holidays, as long as they are just connecting the entire week to be holidays and enjoying their time.
The Catholic Easter is on April 17th. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's on April 17th, but it's the Easter Monday, the next day. In some countries, it's also holiday.
Yeah, I confirm in Italy it is holiday.
What about the last week, 25 onwards?
25 in Romania, we have Orthodox Easter Monday continued, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And it's holidays in Paris.
Does it affect the rest of the week, or maybe we could try to wrap it in 4 days, like 26th to 29th?
I guess after 27th there is an opening for 3 days, including the Saturday, if you do that. So on Thursday, 28th April, there is nothing as far as I can see. 29 and 30 is Saturday. I don't know if we want to have any part of the symposium to be at the weekends. Probably not. But
Akif, which are the deadlines? Because then we have May, and maybe May is a bit more open. Besides the 1st of May, that actually is holiday in Italy, but also is a Sunday. So, so do we need to do it before April, before the end of April, or?
Not really. Actually, this is a tentative type of setting, because it's going to affect the second symposium. If we postpone this further, the second one either it's going to be closer to the first one, or it has to go further away. So I don't think it would be a huge problem if we spill over to May, in my opinion. especially the first week or so.
Yeah, I don't know about the other countries, but in Italy, at least the first week of May, there are no holidays. I mean, the only holiday is 1st of May, that actually is a Sunday in 2022. So,
But Charlotte says it's holidays until May the 9th. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
okay.
So second week of May. I don't know. Maybe we should have everybody send us their.
I guess the first week of May is holiday in Turkey.
The first week of, sorry?
The first week of May is holiday in Turkey in 2022.
The entire week?
Yeah, probably the first 3 days, then probably it's going to be connected to be an entire week.
Okay, so maybe we should collect the list of holidays from every partner. That I mean, we don't have everybody here at this moment anyway. So even if we decide something here, it might clash with somebody's holidays that are not here right now. So maybe, but tentatively late April, early May, we can ask the list of holidays from each partner. And then we can try to set a specific date.
It looks like the first half of April is quite open. But in the second half, there's that 19, 20, and 21. Besides that, we don't have a 3-day opening.
Yeah.
Yeah. So shall we try to set like how long do you want to make it? Like 3 days or 4 days? 3 days? 3 half days?
Yeah, it depends on how many sessions we decide to hold, essentially. So at this point, it's difficult to say, I believe.
Yes.
I mean, in any case, if you want to squeeze it into 3 days, or rather 3 half days, we can have parallel sessions always. But you want, I mean, I think we want to have as few parallel sessions as possible to have everybody in the same setting, if possible. If not, obviously we will have to, but my priority would be having just one session, if possible, to have everybody in the same room, in a virtual room, let's say. But if not possible, I think we can always squeeze them in parallel, I guess. So we have sort of a flexibility there. Maybe it could be 3 days, it could be 4 days, whatever would be more meaningful. Maybe we can decide on that later on.
Yeah, because maybe we can tentatively put some dates and then using the doodle, instead of saying the holidays, saying which are the dates that are okay. So for example, I think in Italy 19, 20, 21 could be okay, or it could be also okay 11, 12, 13 of April, and then as I said, the first week of May and second week of May. So maybe we can have 3, 4 choices for the period, and then we can select it based on, because otherwise listing all the holidays would be like maybe 1 day here, 1 day there, 2 days here, 2 days there, and then it's more confusing.
Okay. I mean, pulling it earlier, I'm a little bit anxious to make it earlier, because it's to this day, if we do it on like April 25, from this day on we have 6 months, and if we pull it even earlier, it will be less than 6 months, and this is quite a lot of work. So I'm not very enthusiastic about having it earlier. So if I have to change the dates, I'm inclined to push it later rather than earlier. So I don't know, maybe a couple of weeks will not make a difference, but that's okay. That's my view right now. But we will have to think about this. If the dates force us, in any case, we will have to think about maybe April 11, because it looks like it's the least problematic week, at least right now. But yeah, I get the idea. So we will have to pay special attention to. So let me put it here, event date and time. So Easter holidays. So around, let's say around the second half of April. So we will have to take that into consideration, obviously. A number of days again. So we probably agree that it should be half days, or maybe 3 to 4 hours per day. Maybe 4, maybe 3 could be a little too few, but maybe 4 hours could work. And three to 4 days in total. Again, up for discussion, and we will have to come up with the entire set of sessions for this, but tentatively we can say this, I think. Yeah, registration deadlines. This is so again, we should discuss this along with the participants panel here. Okay, so who is attending, who should register, etc. So, well, obviously, as you know, in typical academic conference, you have a deadline to register, and you have to pay a fee because, well, it goes to the organization costs of the conference. So people would like to know how many are going to really attend. Here, we don't have that exact scenario. It's, well, it has some overlaps, but it's not exactly the same, because probably most expenses are going to come from the ELISA budget anyway. So I don't expect to set registration fees. I don't think anybody would really would like to pay for this, because, well, for the simple reason that this is not really a conference registered in any databases such as Google Scholar, etc. So I don't think we can collect registration fees. So the deadlines could be flexible for that reason. I mean, we would like to know who will attend and how many, so that we set up the sessions and Zoom, etc. Because there are limits on the number of people, I guess, on Zoom sessions. I don't know if we are going to hit those limits, but we might. So it could be good to know how many is attending. But I don't think it's that essential that we do this, as opposed to a a conference registration, because as I said, we will not collect fees, I believe. So we could sort of be flexible with this, I guess. Any comments on this?
I wanted to ask, what do we expect from those who register for the conference? To be participants, to submit papers, or I don't know, workshop proposals, or because I think this is important to see if we could launch the invitation outside the university and extend it to a broader academic community.
Yeah. Maybe we can set deadlines for the activities themselves. Maybe, for instance, research output papers, because there will be a process to assess them. So we need time for that. Therefore, we have to set a deadline for that. Similarly, maybe workshop proposals or something like that. So we can set deadlines for those. And again, I believe we should be as accommodating as possible. So we can set these close to the symposium dates, I believe, maybe 1.5 or maybe 2 months before the conference. That will mean more work for us at the final weeks, probably, but since the schedule is tight in any case, I mean, we have a little bit over 5 months, let's say. At the very best, we have 6 months, so it will be tight in any case. But yeah, we can keep it as close as possible to the conference dates, I believe. But maybe I should make a note of that. Not only registration, but submission deadlines. Let me just put posters, papers, workshops, pitch ideas. What else? Yeah, I think this is it.
And the papers, maybe the posters, are they going to be published in some sort of a book or?
Yes, that's the question we have here. What about proceedings and publications? Important question. Now, first of all, we do have a deliverable directly related to this. So we have to remember that. So they want the let's say, whatever is presented in the symposium as deliverable presented to the European Commission. So we will have to prepare it anyway in some sort of form. I don't know the extent of detail they require, but at the end of the day, we will have to prepare something along the lines of a proceedings book in any case. And we can think about the dissemination of this. And depending on the content, we have to decide whether it should be open access or maybe it should be half confidential, maybe just to the participants, or maybe it could be made available on ELISA's site. I don't know which would be better. One could be, I mean, if we make it open access, it could lead to maybe more exposure. I don't know. We have to discuss this, but we will have to prepare it in any case. What we need to discuss is, should we disseminate it openly, available to everybody, or is it just for the participants?
Or maybe, well, if it's not too complicated, we could have both in terms of preparing a shorter version that could be online available in a more attractive format, and this would be openly and publicly distributed, and anyone could access it and, well, maybe have a digital object identifier number and some sorts, and we could have a more elaborated document to be disseminated among the partners in the consortium.
I guess in the worst case scenario, we need to have a website. And that website is going to be the venue we publish this. And considering that the deliverable of proceedings is already public, I guess we should make it open anyway. Because as far as I know, proceedings of education by research workshop deliverable is public. So in a report format. So if that is the case, there is no point of putting that into a repository that is closed, because it's already public, so there is no point of it. The issue here is that having those proceedings in another place, maybe IEEE, how is it, what's the procedure for that? And can we ask them to make it open? Perhaps you have experience in that.
That would cost us if you want to make it open access through a proprietary database. That would cost us, but I don't know about the amount.
Maybe we could just use other repositories that are publicly open and could upload the proceeding there. Without
So we can just use the repositories of the universities, EELISA partners.
Yeah.
And website. And I don't think there is.
The only advantage of like IEEE Explorer or something similar would be the exposure. But I mean, apart from that, if we are not really bothered about it, we can just put it on the website of ELISA itself, or maybe on the website of ITU. I don't know. We can find a solution to this, or maybe we would have a dedicated website just for the symposium itself. It could be there. The difference would be the exposure, as I said. It wouldn't really pop up in like Google Scholar or something, maybe.
I think Google Scholar is going to find it.
Probably. I don't know. Maybe there might be ways to promote it in Google Scholar.
And especially if we upload them one by one, rather than a single proceeding document, I think Google will catch up in a few days.
Yeah.
And especially if the papers or the document in itself will have a digital object identifier number, that would help.
Yes, that's important. Another aspect is maybe recordings, conference recordings. If we use Zoom, and it would make sense to take recordings, but maybe those recordings could be available only to participants. That makes sense, I think.
And if there will be some keynote speeches from different speakers, and if there is a YouTube channel, for example, I don't know, I'm not aware of it, we could post those keynote speeches on YouTube and make them publicly available. And maybe the award ceremonies, if we decide to go for them, would be made available on YouTube.
Yeah, maybe short snippets from some of the panels that we might not want to release in their entirety. Maybe we can prepare some short versions, and that would be, yeah, I think good content for the YouTube channel. Okay.
I don't know if we have any people, any faculty members who are perhaps members of editorial boards of some journals that are on education, engineering education, and they may actually think about using selected papers to be expanded and published in a journal, in their journals. So I don't know, probably we need names to discuss this. ELISA special issue sounds quite fancy.
Or we could always, I don't know, partner with a journal or ask them if they are interested in publishing some very good papers resulting from this symposium. You mentioned CEFI, they manage a journal which is published by Taylor and Francis, and well, it's not the red or yellow journal, but it's a very good journal, and it is on engineering education, and they have lots of experiences, and they even had something on research-based learning last year, a special edition. So we could just ask them if they are interested in publishing those papers.
Okay, very good.
So I guess for that we can again contact CEFI Vice President, who is from BME. He may just give us a hand in contacting the right person. That I hope.
Okay. Yeah, I think enough of that. So we have a number of ideas to think on here. So we were talking about submissions, and we talked about these. I think we can, maybe discuss these target audience. The question here is, can you think of any profile that is not represented here that can be invited or maybe expected to be present in this symposium? Any type of people that you can think of? For instance, can we invite or attract some people from regulatory boards? Because we will have some issues with regulations in any case, maybe to discuss opportunities or maybe some obstacles ELISA is facing in terms of regulations. I don't know, it's just an idea, maybe from some governmental institutions. This depends on personal contacts, I believe. Obviously, we can't really attract or invite people directly, maybe, but if we know some people that play significant roles, maybe in those sort of institutions related to either higher education or maybe internships regarding like maybe work permits, insurance, etc. I don't know. Those are quite, I mean, details, but maybe a person along the lines of that could shed some light on what are the challenges maybe we are facing, what might be some solutions, or what we can do. So maybe as an idea, maybe regulatory boards, representatives, like higher education, internships, that could tie in with the session we discussed earlier with like barriers and so. So here we had challenges and barriers. So here maybe if we can find such a person, maybe it could be a valuable addition to this panel here. I'm not sure we can find such a person, but if we can, that would be useful. Okay, any further ideas? In general, maybe not specific to all these.
In general, I guess we need to define the priority of each item here. Some of them can take months, but some of them needs to be done perhaps in a couple of weeks or in a month or so. So I guess that's something that we need to think about. Because for the next meeting, some of them should be already done, but some of them need to be in progress.
I think the task with the greatest priority probably is actually forming the task force to execute this, because then we will have maybe frequent and internal meetings. So that will these issues will be discussed and sorted out in those meetings, I guess, because we can't really decide on everything, and I believe that that's the most efficient way to do it. If we can actually construct the task force itself, the task force in its own meetings is going to sort out these. That's how I see it, because it's at this stage many of these are should we do it, should we not do it, if we do it, how should it be? So a lot of questions, and we can't really answer them all today, but maybe we can at least take a step in towards forming the organizing committee itself, the task force. So maybe I can directly ask. I mean, obviously we will be in the organizing committee from ETU side, but if you are willing, you can volunteer yourselves for the task force. Probably we will have maybe bi-weekly and towards the end probably weekly meetings just for this. So it will be intense, I can expect, and we will need all the help we can get from you. So it would be great help if you can participate and share the load, let's say.
I could participate. So I volunteer for the organizing committee, so count me in.
Great, thank you. Okay.
Should we open a text box to list names for the task force?
Yeah, go back to this box here. Well, this will tie in with the scientific conference, but maybe for the time being, organizing committee for the symposium. Okay, so this will be, should I do another one? Maybe like so. Okay, so I will have to volunteer myself, obviously. I'm counting you in.
Yeah, feel free to add my name, everybody.
Thank you, Loredana, for volunteering. And anybody else I can add here?
If it's Lucas speaking, I have to check internally, but temporarily you can put myself, but then I will double check with SSA personnel.
Okay, we will keep in touch. Great. Okay, and we can expand this in due course, I guess. Hopefully. Okay, so it looks like we have completed the agenda. And maybe I can ask at this point, anybody can have any comments, any final questions, or anything else to add. Obviously, maybe I should also remind, not everybody is here, but for the ones that are present, this board is going to be available, and we will also maybe not this one, but maybe we will use a similar one for the second meeting in 3 months' time. And we will also on the side, we will have to also organize that one, but we will keep collecting these research-based learning practices, because I know even with ITU, we didn't collect everything. We didn't manage to get everything. So probably it's the same with the other partners. We are still collecting them. So anything you have, just feel free to add to this board even after today's meeting. So we will continue collecting them. And that's one thing. And the second thing is we have this feedback form here. On the very right-hand side, there is a link here. If you can fill it in, maybe it will help us to organize the second meeting in a better and more efficient way. So give your feedback on today. What was good, what was not working, what could have been done differently, etc. So a number of questions. So that's going to be all from our side, I think, for today. And if you have any final comments, questions, anything at all, we can listen to you.
I just want to thank you for the effort to organize this this event today, because I know it wasn't easy, and I think it was very productive, and we've collected a great deal of ideas and projects and practices to share and build on, and well, looking forward to organizing the next meetings and of course the symposium. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much.
What is the date of the next meeting for the task force?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Good.
Yeah, we will get in touch and organize one as soon as possible. Well, we do have our internal meeting tomorrow at ITU Work Package 5 team. Probably we will try to set a meeting maybe early next week. Probably maybe next Tuesday could be the most suitable, because that's the time slot set aside for our ELISA work. But we'll have to see if it fits all people here. So probably we'll get in touch through email. Okay.
For me, Tuesday fits perfectly. So.
Okay. So thank you all for your attendance and the inputs. We appreciate it, and we hope we will organize this conference and symposium in a beneficial way, let's say. So thank you for today, and we'll see you later.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
All right.